Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me all right? Let me know if the audio's coming through. How's it going, Bloom? Kim Lee? Mralabad? Oh, Mr. Alabad. Naxergs? Tenko? Aceroy? Jimmy Proton? I Human Being? Levovit? Puzzle-Headed? Ray Schiffer? Assailant? Cryptic Stench? Volume is a bit too low. Okay, I can adjust that slightly. Bum, bum, bum. Is that any better? Maybe I'll also just speak a little bit closer. Is this a good volume? I just bumped it up a little bit. Very quiet? How is this? Oh, hold on. Wait, maybe I need to change. I can also do that. Is this good? This is good now? Good now? Okay, I'm also going to test something else, which is this. Can you guys hear that? Is that coming through or is that not? Oh, maybe I need to turn. Hold on. Yeah, you can hear it? No? Still no? Yes? Okay. Some people can hear it, so I'm assuming it's working. Okay. So, pretty quiet. Well, let me also test a little bit of this audio. Let's just skip to a loud part. Tell me what this is like. Is that too loud or too soft? Make piano and myself louder. Okay, I can do that. I just don't want to go overboard with it. I'm also a little bit sleep deprived, so I'm probably just speaking a little quietly. A bit loud? That's a bit too loud? Okay, I'll turn it down. Let's go to about here, and then let's turn the piano up. Okay. I think that's about where I can go here. Otherwise, I'll have to go and mess around with some other settings, so that'll have to do for now. Okay. Play Rush E. How does that go again? I don't remember. I don't remember how that goes. I'm not a real pianist anyway, so. Okay, so I found this one. This seems to have everything on it. I figure we'll probably go in order from most recent to like go backwards. So starting with Elden Ring and then going back through the other games. That makes more sense. I think may need to rewrite some of these. Oh yeah, and so let me just clarify if people aren't fully aware. There were a number of influencers. This is regarding the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. There were a number of influencers who were invited to Bandai Namco events to play a sort of like the network test for the real game. They basically were able to play, for a certain number of hours or something like this of the DLC, and uh, now the embargo on that content has lifted. So this morning, a bunch of videos dropped from people like Vati and Ouroboros and I think Iron Pineapple and people like that, basically showing off a lot of the DLC. So if you want to see it, go see those people. I know Ratatosker's streaming, watching some of those videos. I am trying to keep myself in the dark. This may be difficult to do for the next 2 weeks, but I'm gonna try and keep myself in the dark on this stuff. My feeling is, when it comes to, let's say, the story trailer, this is something that Miyazaki clearly is, intimately involved in. When it comes to something like this, where it's a Bandai event, I feel like that's not really. I don't know if the people who made the game want us to really see that. It feels more like a marketing thing from Bandai. So my feeling is, I don't really want to be spoiled on anything there. Even though I'm sure they selected what the people could, record and take a look at. I just don't want to know anything about it. I want to go in, not completely blind, because I've seen the DLC trailers. And I think if they do, a launch trailer, I might watch that. I'm not sure yet, but basically I'm kind of I just kind of want to leave it where it is and experience it as blind as I am right now. So I would really prefer if anyone who has seen anything, if they're just don't mention it here. If you are in my Discord, there's various channels which are sort of divided into no DLC spoilers and other lore channels to talk about that stuff. So there's room for everyone there. And otherwise, yeah, basically I think from now until the DLC, I do have another video planned, and I'm kind of a little bit apprehensive about releasing it, because then I know I'm going to get some comments that are going to say, oh hey, this little thing that I noticed in the previews, this confirms or denies your theory, and so I'm probably going to get spoiled on some things through that. But I probably will go through releasing that. It'll be about Melina. Otherwise, I might. Temporarily deleted my Twitter and trying to stay off of YouTube for a bit and just kind of trying to stay in the dark. I might be streaming some other things as well. I've been kind of meaning to stream some Halo at some point, just to go through that, because that's actually I'm a huge fan of the Halo games, and I never really talk about them. But yeah. Oh yeah, I do have a Discord. For some reason I'm not signed into the chat here. That always happens on Streamlabs. But let me see if I can post an invite to anyone who is not in the Discord. Give me 1 second to do that. Copy link. And Halo music tier list. That would be kind of fun. it's sort of well, it's not really what most people are on this channel to do. There is the Discord link. I'll send it a couple times. Anyone can join. Just cast an eye to the rules. It's a very sort of anarchical, sort of everything goes Discord, but I appreciate if people will sort of conduct themselves with, well, reasonably, let's say. So, there we go. Okay. So, I think before we start, we need to fix this tier list because this 5 is not going to be enough. So we need to go to, let's see, S tier. Let's add an S plus. And that's going to be... make it purple, why not? And we should give them little names to be fun. S plus S, A, B, C, D. I guess let's add an E and an F. And maybe probably another one below that. So that'll be E, that'll be F, and this will be, oh, let me put the chat over here so I can see it. There we go. What do I think of Hollow Knight's music? You know, I never finished Hollow Knight. I was sort of underwhelmed by it, actually. Really, I do like the art style a lot, and I sort of liked the combat. I don't know, I just didn't really get into it. I think it was partly expectations, because everyone was talking it up as if it was this, like, revolutionary new thing, and it seemed fairly standard fare as far as I was concerned. I mean, well done, but there wasn't anything, like, at least from what I played, there wasn't anything mind-blowing as far as I was concerned, so I just didn't really go through with it. I don't really remember the music, though. We'll call this the Dreg Heap. F will be the Abyss. E will be Dung Eater. D will be, let's see, what's a good name for D? Chat, you have suggestions? Give me some suggestions for what these tiers should be called. Tazo asks, was your Hollow Knight underwhelmment similar to Final Fantasy VII? Final Fantasy VII, what, I mean, the thing is, so I grew up playing FF5 and 6, and I absolutely love both of those games. Probably from a gameplay perspective, I liked 5 a lot more, because I love the different job mechanics, even though I have some problems with it. But I love the way that you can switch jobs and kind of learn different skills that way. 6, I think, is just fantastic story. Everything about it is great. When I actually went and played 7, I don't know, a couple years ago, I also didn't finish that, I don't think. The main thing was I just really don't like that art style, blending the sort of low poly models with a hand-drawn background. I don't know, it really turned me off. And it makes it hard to figure out, like, where you're going, because I don't know, it was just incredibly distracting. Yes, and I'll post the final tier list in the Discord. I think it might be fun to kind of come back to it once the DLC is out, and kind of listen to the music there and figure out what's going on there. So that would be kind of interesting to come back to it once we get that. And there's no armored core on here, but that's fine because that's a completely different thing. In a way, I feel like Sekiro almost shouldn't be on here because that's again a different thing. But yeah. Valley of Defilement. That's a good name. Valley of Defilement. C could be. I guess what I'm thinking is like B would be a kind of like okay. B is okay. B is like pretty like not terrible. It's not really bad, but it's not. There's nothing special about it. A would be like there's something special. S would be yeah, actually very good, and S plus would be like just the best ones. Shrine of Amana, that's pretty good. Okay, I feel bad putting that above Valley of Defilement though, but okay, we'll understand the context there. Majula, yeah, that's fine. A can be round table. S A for Anorlando. That's nice. Yeah, I like that. Anorlando. Let's go with that. S should be Lendell. Valley of Defilement is a bit too harsh for D. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going with the word defilement. It's not about. I'm not referring to the quality of design of these areas. I'm just putting it. I'm just using the words to describe it. S can be. I don't want to insinuate anything about what the actual themes or where the actual themes are going to go. So, Firelink Shrine, that's fine. We'll just see because that's a nice, comfy place. S plus will be the one great. Although there might be more than one. And we might have to add in extra levels like a B minus, B plus, or something like that. So, but that'll do for now. So, and I didn't actually check. So they do have the area music. I think we'll probably get into this, but judging a boss theme or versus an area theme, those are like very different things. Or like the music that goes with a cinematic sequence or something like that. That's like a very different thing. So I guess my starting perspective is trying to find a balance between judging the music on its own as just like a piece of music and also factoring in how it's used, because those are really two different things. But I'll try to take into account both of them. So let's get started. Elden Ring. I'm just going to put this up here. I'm not putting it in B. I'm just putting it there to kind of know that that's the one we're talking about. Does this list include Kingsfield? No, I don't think so. It's just Demon Souls on. Yeah. And actually, do they have the... Oh, yeah, they do have the DLC tracks. That's good. I also haven't played Kingsfield, so I have even less context for that. There are probably some things in Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro which I won't remember, or I may not have even done. Like I never did Demon of Hatred, if that's what it's called. I never fought him, so there's certain things which I also didn't do any of the DLCs for Dark Souls 2, so You know, there will be some where I won't be able to judge the context as well. Um, so okay, so Elden Ring. So and let me know if this is too loud. I did turn it down a bit, but it might be a little loud. So oh, also I'll probably have to pause frequently. Just I don't think there will be any problems, but you never know with copyright stuff. I don't want to just like have the stream be taken down. So okay. Oh no, stop buffering. Oh, come on. What's going on here? What the heck? Why is my internet being like this? Does the stream seem like it's working all right, or is there a problem with it? Is anybody like um is the stream buffering or anything for anyone? I hope it's not like an internet problem. Gaylor is sabotaging the stream. It's working fine. Okay, it must be me. Maybe I'll just reload this. Okay. What the heck? Why is the vid buffering? You know what it might be is this piano, because it's all like visualizing. If I go to this, that's maybe a little bit less um of a problem. Oh yeah, dropping the quality. Yeah, we don't need the visuals. God damn. All right, I'm gonna close this piano because I think that might. So sorry about that, but I think it might be causing problems. Oh, where is my cursor now? What the heck? What the heck? Why is my cursor disappeared? What the heck? I literally can't see my cursor. What is wrong with my... Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's a banger of a track. That's a banger. That is definitely a banger. Um, question, is it A or S? I think probably, I could go either way. So I think I'll say S for now, but I might move it depending on what else we get up there. So, because not only is it's a good track, but it's also that's a really good way to, um, like if the purpose is to get you excited, get you hyped to play the game, because like what is this? This is menu music. How hard does menu music need to go? If the idea is to hype you up to play the game, damn, it's pretty good at that. Yeah, it's suited to its purpose. Yeah. Yeah, let's say S for now. We can, if it turns out that S has a lot of other better stuff, we can get there, but okay. So then we go on to opening. Opening. Let's just put this up here. So opening. So this is the yeah, Crystal Sage I know is going to go down in the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so opening is the this is the intro. The fallen leaves tell a story. Kind of hard to judge this one without the visuals, I suppose, but I also don't know if this is actually Saito's track. Not sure about that. I guess it is. Kind of. It's kind of nice. It feels like it's telling a story. Really not sure what instrument that is. It almost sounds like a bass, just playing up super high. Or maybe it's like a cello with a mute. It's all a little bit ambient, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for accompaniment. It's a weird sounding cello if it is. It must be muted or something. Oh. And then we get the theme, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And it does, I mean, I don't know, this opening section is kind of, it's a little bit just like there's not much going on, but you also don't want the music to be overpowering. Yeah, why does that sound so weird? Hold on, I need to listen more closely. It's also weird because, yeah, that's definitely a live instrument. But then later on, where was it? Then this is like, that's a sample. It's weird. So I don't know why he would use a sample there. Why not just use the cello solo again? It is pretty good. I like this. This feels like it's telling a story. This it's sort of improvisatory, but it's, you can follow it pretty clearly. And the interesting thing about the sound is because it's not really, it's not very cello-y sounding exactly. It almost sounds like a Hardinger fiddle kind of sound. I don't know if you've ever heard like oh no, don't show me anything. Hardinger fiddle. Oh, like from Lord of the Rings. I know they use that. Is this it? No. Come on, where's the... Okay. No, where's the real Rohan theme? Come on, there's gotta be someone. Okay. Rohan theme. This probably has it. So that kind of sound, that's not your normal kind of violin. That's a special it's a special instrument called a Hardinger fiddle. It's got like extra strings, sympathetic strings. So it has a weird sort of folksy sound. So I think that's what they were going for here. It has that like folksy sound. It doesn't really sound like an orchestral cello. Yeah, I think that's good. And then the great build-up. We have the nice sort of return of the all that stuff. So I would put that pretty... I mean, as a piece of music on its own, it's not like something I would really want to listen to exactly. But for what it's doing, I'll say A for now. It's achieving its purpose pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also like I don't necessarily think this is a demerit exactly, but like the fact that the second part is just the main theme, like the menu theme. Like the menu theme is good, so that's good, but it's not like doing anything different with it. It's literally just the main theme slowed down. It doesn't have any new sort of like variation on it or anything. So not super innovative or anything like that, which, you know, that's not a huge problem, but yeah, that I think A is good for now. Let's go on to character creation. This is Miyazawa. What did he do again? Altus Plateau, Farmazula, Invader. I don't remember that. What? Oh no, Falling Star Beast. That's awful. No, didn't he do Rykard? Omen Illusion, Bloody Fingers. Oh, he did Godric. Okay. And he did Radon. Beast Clergyman. Okay. Interesting. Okay, kind of a mix there. I'm a little turned off by the digital samples. Kind of has an annoying quality. It's yeah, it's very meh. I don't like this part. I mean, it sounds like, yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm thinking C. I'm thinking C. It's C might be a little high, honestly. I, it's like it's sort of just generic and ambient. Yeah, that's a good point, Heisenberg. That you have to listen to it for ages. Because when you listen to something for a long time, like anything little that bugs you gets more annoying. So just these like the combination of the digital sound and then with like some of these dissonances that are where was it? Like I don't know, it just doesn't feel that great. Um I don't know if I don't know if I'll dislike it enough to put it in D. It's pretty close though. I think I'll leave it in C for now. I have a feeling I'm going to bump it down later, but it's not like I don't know, it's not like offensive really, but it's kind of just doesn't really give me a nice feeling. And not really great at what it's doing, especially. At least the ambient stuff in the beginning of this is sort of more sparse, so it's not really getting in the way. Actually, that might be kind of annoying too, but yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it in C for now, just because I'm feeling. I have a feeling that the more we go on, the more I'm gonna um, start bumping things down. Does this tier list include ambient stuff like the page flutes and singing? No, I don't believe so. I don't see anything like that. Like the bat women and stuff. Um, I think I think it's just basically the official soundtracks. So whatever is on those. I think hmm I can't remember what the one in Bloodborne is called where the you know the one that plays in what do you call it? Yahargul. That might be on there, but that is basically part of the soundtrack. So, oh, thanks for the super chat, Slug. Hey, Crunchy, do you like metal? If so, what is your favorite band? If not, then what is your favorite type of music? Um, I can't say I'm super familiar with a lot of metal bands. Hmm. Also, I guess there's like a lot of different there's a lot of different subgenres in there. So, and they're all kind of different. Um, I mean, I like some Metallica songs. Um, what's the one? It's called like something Night. I can't remember now. It's been a long time since I listened to anything in that direction. My background is in classical music, so most of the music I listen to tends to be that for work reasons. Um, if it's non-classical, I don't know. I like the Beatles. I like some prog rock bands like Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Um, yeah, I don't know. Most of the music I tend to listen to is either classical music or like video game or movie soundtrack stuff. Just because that sort of fits in with what what my profession is. Okay, moving on. We are at oh yeah, Rush. You know, Rush is a that's a band I've been meaning to get into. I've heard a couple things that I really liked, so that's another one that I'd like to get more familiar with. Um, who's your favorite contemporary pianist? Hmm, that's a difficult question. Um, I would say Yun Chan Lim is worth keeping an eye out for, the winner of the Clyburn competition. Um, do I have any favorite classical stuff? Gustav Mahler, uh, Martinu, Poulenc. I mean Bach, Mozart, a bunch of things. Wagner, Ravel. There's a lot of them. Anyway, I could go off on a tangent there for a long time, so I won't. Moving on to Limgrave. So Limgrave, what are we doing? Let's see. Yep, Vivaldi's pretty great. Dvorak's also great. And thank you for spelling it properly. It's a little loud, actually. Rimsky-Korsakov, he has some good stuff, yeah. This is, reasonably pleasant, I would say. It's a little sort of nice open intervals. It's good for, and you get the sense of like being near the shore, sort of the wind. I mean, one of the problems with the area music, I think, is a lot of it would be great if you heard it much less frequently. Like this, because this opening bit, like you hear that when you first open the door and you see the Erd tree and you see Stormvale and everything's laid out, and like that's a nice little opening, and you get this sense of like seagulls by the beach, and that's very nice. But after a while, it gets a little, maybe having more silence. Um, because it is just like constant sound, which is a little, that gets a little aggravating after a while. Yeah, I kind of like it, but I've heard it 1 million times. Yeah. It's not like a good enough piece of music to stand on its own, so that the more you hear it, like the more you start to notice the problems or the lack of anything going on there. It's also, and I feel like I'm going to say this about probably all the area music, is like, basically there's two things that you can do with area music. One is you do something like Firelink Shrine, where there's a very clear sort of structure, and it doesn't exactly have a melody, but there's a melodic element to it. It's like, this is a theme, you know? Or you can go in this ambient direction. And I think the problem is the ambient direction is just not as interesting as music. So the more you hear it, the more you start to notice the problems. Whereas something like Firelink Shrine, maybe it's a bit more distracting at first because it's more complex, but it you know, the more you hear it, the more you appreciate the little things going on. Whereas like this, you know, if I want to pay attention to this music more, then there's not a whole lot to get out of it. Yeah, Tazo says that's why I like Kalid's overworld, because it blends into the environment, so it's easier to tune out and treat it as sort of diegetic noises. Yeah, so then you could go in an even more ambient direction and just do that, you know, where it's almost just sound design instead of music. I mean, one thing they could have done is, like, maybe have this play the first time, maybe have the area music play the first time that you're in an area, and then only trigger, like, if you've left the area and you come back or something like this, instead of having it just play nonstop. Um, like if you go to Liurnia and then you come back to Limgrave, then it could play again, because then it's like, you know, you're making the transition, you're going over the threshold, and it's like, oh, welcome back to Limgrave. This is the Limgrave theme. I think that would be more suitable, or it would get rid of some of the problem um of overuse. I also think it would have been nice if we had separate options to turn off or turn on ambient music versus boss music, because not that I hate all of the ambient music in the game, but I kind of like playing the game without the ambient music, at least now that I've, you know, heard it all. Um, but then, like, I don't want to have to go back into the settings and turn on the music for the bosses, where I think it does deserve to be there, even though I have my own problems with the boss music. Like, it would have been nice if those were two separate channels. More silence with wind sound effects. Yeah, I think that's my main problem with it, actually, is just how it's like a very consistent, like, there's just always sound happening. It never really, like, dials down, and it doesn't, like, ebb and flow at all. And that's a little bit, annoying. I prefer it to character creation, for sure. Um, I'll go for B now. I feel like everything is maybe a little bit high, but I'll go for B. I think it's not terrible. It's not terrible. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just eh, it gets a little bit much. So, Caves is next. Let's hear Caves. Not a whole lot going on here. Yoshimi Kudo. Do you do any boss themes? Seems to have done a lot of the ambient things. A lot of them. Oh, there's a couple minor boss things that he did. Oh, he's the one who did Rykard. That is kind of a banger. Okay, interesting. Kudo. Kudo. Not a whole lot going on in this one. Yeah, it's not annoying. I actually totally forgot that the music volume is a little low. I think the track is also a little low. I kind of forgot that Caves had their own soundtrack. I don't think I've ever really noticed it in game. So I guess props for being being very ambient. But then also like I don't know if it's really contributing much then. It would hardly even call this music because nothing's happening. There's no like direction to it at all. Um you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create another thing here, which is just for nothing. Because that's basically what this is. It's nothing. So anything above that is like a bit better than nothing. Anything below that is a bit worse than nothing. So I think that's a decent place to put it. It exists. Yeah, exactly. Of all the tracks, it is one. There's just not anything going on there. So not super interesting. Tunnels. Oh boy, this is our first Kitamura track. Let's see how she does. The tunnels, does that mean like the mines? Is this what plays in the mines? I guess it must be. Limgrave Tunnel, that's the mine there, yeah. I'm not a fan of people whispering. Don't think ambient music should have vocals. Yeah, this is kind of a nothing. I mean, it's I'm not a fan of the whispering. It's not really like again, there's not really like a lot of music happening. It's just sort of just kind of wallpaper. At least I would say compared to Limgrave, like this is what I mean with the sort of in and out, the ebb and flow. I prefer that, I think. That can also be sort of exhausting and make you seasick in its own way, but just structurally I think that's better for an ambient soundtrack, that you have like moments of less intensity and moments of more intensity. Yeah, I'm gonna go with another nothing. Uh, there's bits of it that I like more, but there's also bits that I'd like less, so it's not exactly a nothing. It is doing something, but uh, again, just kind of like there's not a lot there. Yeah, that's a good point. Each of these have the danger music when you're in a fight and so on. I wonder why that's not on these. Um, let's make sure that I'm not seeing anything. Okay. Limgrave fight music, combat music, battle OST, Limgrave combat. Yeah, this is not helping its case, I don't think. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it is like the main track is playing in the background. So in the main track you just have that like oh, whoops. My piano turned off. Um it is kind of interesting how it's layered on there. Like like the main track is just like those two notes and then the combat music adds. So it adds a little bit of something to it, but it's kind of not doesn't sound that great. I think I'll just stick with whatever's on this playlist. I don't want to have to go look up all the other parts of it. Um, in general, I would say that like having combat music, I'm always against that way of doing things. The Skyrim approach of like the music fades out and then you suddenly get combat tracks because um it causes a problem. Like Skyrim, I think this is really noticeable because like you imagine you're exploring around and you're looking at all these nice vistas and there's like this great, you know, Jeremy Soules wonderful vista music and then you get ambushed by someone, but you know that you've been ambushed before you even see them because the music goes, you know, dum 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 dum. So it's like I don't like that. I would prefer it to be more organic. Actually, even though I have lots and lots of problems with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in terms of their music, they do make that transition a little bit better because the combat music, well, like the overworld music is very sparse and there's lots of silence, and so it never really interrupts it. It just sort of continues on, and then the combat music sort of starts out um, a little bit what do you call it, like more tentative. It doesn't immediately go to like big drums or anything like that. It starts out a little boom boom, and there's all these like little things which I don't think it's great music, but at least it does that transition a bit better. um Elden Ring uses layered tracks over fades for combat. No, yeah, it's not like a sharp cutoff or anything, but it's I still think just like when the music changes because of the situation, you know, okay, in a game like Pokemon, right, music changes once you enter a battle, but you don't really, I don't know, at least to me that doesn't bother me because the battle is like a different scenario. But if you have a big open world the uh, where the combat is supposed to be just like part of exploration, it's part of the world, then the music should not demarcate that. Because then it's saying, like, okay, the music is telling you this is a different scenario now, even though it should be like, no, this is just all part of the same thing. So I'm not a big fan of that. Okay, we're going to move on to Stormvale. This is Tomisawa. Tomisawa did what? Mountaintops, Halig Tree. He did some Erdtree Avatar, Red Wolf of Radagon. Um, Lion CX Astel. It's not looking like a great lineup. Placidusax. Godfrey. Okay. Godfrey's not bad. I guess we'll get to it, but okay, Stormvale. That's a bit. Not liking this so far. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. Isn't this basically the same as the character creation track? Yeah, it is very similar. My problem is okay. I don't know if this will make a lot of sense, but if you have ambient music that's very open and sort of consonant sounding, I don't think it doesn't need to go anywhere. But when you make it more dissonant, I feel like it's very unsatisfying for it to just be sort of arbitrarily meandering around. So like the Limgrave one where you have like whatever, just random notes, but it's all kind of happy ish. I'm fine with that. You just have some nice, pleasant tones. But then if you have and it's just like this nasty little stuff going on, the fact that it doesn't go anywhere, like it doesn't resolve, it doesn't have any direction, that bothers me a lot more. All these just like random harmonies. Yeah, I mean, in terms of fitting the place, like in a very generic sense, sure, you can have something that, what would you say? not intimidating, but it gives you a sense of danger, and so like you want some dissonance. But to have it just be sort of, I don't know. There's like no, like you could just rearrange all these little entrances, these little like ebbs where it kind of like it's sort of a phrase. Like you could just move them around and it would be exactly the same. It doesn't have anything. Yeah, and I also don't know, like just going from it's it's sort of dissonant and therefore it's ominous and therefore that fits Stormveil. Like, okay, that's not very particular. Um like well everything is all these places are ominous. Like could this yeah, could this be it could be any theme. Could it be for Volcano Manor? Could it be for even Lendell? Like you could just you could put this anywhere and it doesn't really feel yeah, it's basically a stand-in for not having interesting sound design for ambient noise in my opinion. Yeah, I sort of think that's kind of true. I'm I'm going to put this let's see. Let me just hear a bit of character creation again. What was that like? This is also kind of messy sounding, but there is a bit more direction to it. Like, so it's like, it does kind of like resolve somewhere, whereas the Stormveil doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Saucy Pup. The drone note, the high in the violins, the that is kind of going back to this. It's a different note, but where's the there we go. Like those high harmonics. So I'll give him 1 point for that. I think I will put it. I'll just put him under character creation. No, I'm gonna put it in D. I really don't like it actually. I don't like it. Um. I need to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna be back in 1 second. Um. I'll play you some music. Okay, I'm back. Ba, 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 ba. No music once inside Stormvale will be better than what we got. I don't know. I mean, I think you could do a good Stormvale ambient music track. I think, like you could do something that feels more medievally. So, like, one way you can do that is with modes. So, normally you have like let's say a major or minor scale, or a minor scale. But if you do like modes, like Dorian mode, for example, you can play around with like church modes, and that gives it like a medieval feel. So I think you could do something with Stormvale that fits it better. You could do more, actually having all the that sort of wind kind of noise in the Limgrave track, but then you could do that in Stormvale, and that would make more sense. I guess you could argue that because you're inside the walls in Stormvale, that there wouldn't be as much wind, but I don't know. I feel like you could do that a lot better. So I don't think it's just a like I sort of disagree with the whole idea of using ambient music, but assuming like let's just assume okay, this is the decision, this is the design decision, and there are pros and cons to it. If you're assuming that you have to do ambient music, there's ways you can still do that better or worse. So I just don't think the Stormveil is that great. Okay, so moving on to Roundtable Hold. Yeah, it's a little. Uh, there's pros and cons to it. There's so I like the fact that it's in a key. It's got like some direction to it. There's phrases. It's kind of hard to. It's not very like delineated, but there are phrases. Um, so it is like kind of resolving, but it's all this like cluster chords. Uh, you have all these cluster chords in there that are kind of and when it moves, it's kind of it doesn't it feels kind of gooey. Like it's not really like okay, there's a point that you've resolved the chord now. So it's sort of a mix. I'm not a big fan of the fact that it has the drum that feels like if you're going to go in the direction of just these long strings held out and it's just constantly playing, harmony, then the drum feels almost too much of a contrast to that. Like if there were silences in the strings and then to start each phrase you had the drum, that would be one thing. But then the fact that it's just like this, you've got like this layer of string sound, which is it's just like this sort of goop of harmony, and then you have what sound basically like random drum beats in there. It's not random, but it sounds kind of random and out of place. So I think it's not they're sort of reasonably. I think I like the fact that it's the harmonies are um they're sort of pleasant while not being totally comfortable. I think that probably the opening is. It's sort of yeah, I've mixed feelings about it. I would say it's better than nothing. I think it's better than nothing. It's got pluses and minuses. I think that opening is like fairly memorable and kind of gives it a distinct quality. As it goes on, it kind of starts to wear down a little bit. It's just a little bit too gooey. And also the I think doing cluster chords with a with like digital samples is it doesn't ever sound as nice. Like these changes here, it's something kind of slightly annoying. That's nice. It's a nice little resolution there. Yeah, there's pluses to it. It's just kind of a little gooey. Um, Character creation is so much more character compared to Roundtable Hold. It sounds pretty generic. No, no, this is definitely better than character creation. Okay, moving on to does it fit the Roundtable Hold? Yeah, that's also another thing. I don't. I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't fit, but it's not like I don't know. I don't really get the feeling of. I guess I don't really know what I'm supposed to be feeling in Roundtable Hold, so that's kind of hard to say. Yeah. Um, Elden Ring would be better off with less music, but using an actual orchestra. So they did use an actual orchestra, but it's a mix. So they had, I think it's the Budapest Philharmonic, something like that, in choir. Um, so a lot of it is real instruments, but it's a mix. So far, it seems like the ambient tracks tend to use more more digital samples, but there are definitely live instruments. So okay, Liurnia. Damn, there's a lot of. I might skip around just so that we're not listening to ambient music the whole time. Mm, I would say. Uh, Liurnia better than Limgrave? Ooh, I don't know if I would go there. There's something, these like high pitched things. I'm not and there's a lot of noise, just a lot of noise. I also don't feel like this sort of creepy vibe is exactly right for Liurnia. It feels too it feels too like this feels like I'm in a graveyard. It doesn't feel like I'm in a magical lake, which I guess Liurnia is sort of has both of those things, but yeah, I'm not. You think it conveys the vibe better than Limgrave does? Um, Not that I think Limgrave is that great, but I don't see that. Sounds like my stomach is rumbling here. Yeah, that's what I'm getting, the like a buzzing mosquito or something. That's the feeling I get. It's like it's this kind of buggy thing. And it is just kind of like there's a lot of white noise or brown noise. I don't know, I just don't really connect this to Liurnia that much. Liurnia to me is like, I think of the vista of seeing Raya Lucaria in the distance, and it's like this magical, foggy thing. It should feel like wondrous rather than creepy or like nasty. This is, I would feel like this is like a track for some poison swamp or something. Like, look at this, all this nasty little stuff going on. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I will say, what was character creation again? I think I'll put it. Ooh, I don't know. They've both got. I'm not really a fan of either. I'll put it under because I think it's just doing less. Um, I want to skip. I mean, we'll maybe come back to it. I probably there's no way I'll finish all of this today because there's a lot. But let's just skip to some boss themes. Yeah, let's. I don't want to. There's so many ambient themes. Let's skip to. Do, do, do. Maybe. I'm wondering if it's worth it to. 'Cause Elden Ring is the only one with. Well, Elden Ring and Sekiro, I guess, are the only ones with ambient music. I wonder if it's even worth it to do those. Because I feel like there's so much nothing. Might be better to just go with the bosses. Yeah, I'm going to make an executive decision. We're going to just take everything out of here. Um, no, we'll leave character creation in because they all have that. And we'll leave round table hold in because they do often have that kind of thing. The hub music. And main menu, that's also fine. Opening, so yeah, okay. We'll leave it at that. Let's not like there's so many area musics. Like, okay, we're here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 more area tracks. I don't think I can. I don't think I can stomach going through all of those. Okay, so let's go to the bosses. The bosses are more fun. There are the mini bosses. I don't know if it's worth it to go to those. Maybe not all of them. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do just a quick like pop into each of these to see if there's anything worth mentioning. Yeah, that's also bad. Eternal City. Uh See, it's mostly just like nothing is the problem. Um Old Castle. What is this from? Is this Shaded Castle? Um Yeah, this is definitely one of the best. Altus is battle. Altus is battle. Altus is battle. Yeah, for sure. Um, Catacombs. Lindell. Lindell is one of the better ones. I am not a fan though of how this is the same for the Ashen Lindell though. There really should be a different track. 30 seconds. No, I want to get through the ambient music. I can't listen to all of them. I can't listen to all of them. There's just too many and there's so much. There's just not anything going on in them. I mean, we can talk about which ones are better or worse, but like I don't remember this one at all. I think my main problem with most of these is just I wish there was more silence, more. Yeah, Lindell is also not the same without the Doots. That's true. A lot of it is just like it's just a lot of noise is my problem. I remember this one is a bit better. I thought there was like harmony in this one. Does it get there? Yeah, I'm just not a fan of this like this sort of like the waves of ambient string noise. It's just I mean even when it's like better, I mean the reason I think that like Lendl and Altus are better is because there's actually kind of a melody to them. Like boo doo 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 doo. That's that kind of stuff. Like there's like a mandolin in the background. Or what is that? Is that a koto? Yeah, okay. All right, that's enough of that. I can't listen to these. Let's go to I guess let's go to I'm assuming Margit is just the first half of Morgot. So it's a question whether they should be considered separate. They are separate here. Is that true for Godfrey? Godfrey, is there a Horaloo as well? Or is there the Godfrey illusion, Lord's apparition? So I think what I'll do is, let's say like Margit will represent the first half and Morgot will represent the second half because they are really kind of different. Are they different tracks? I don't remember. I definitely because like for something like Radigan and Elden Beast or Godfrey and Horaloo, those are like very different kinds of music. So I do want to split those apart. So let's go with Margit first and see where that ends up. Margit, the fellow open. not a big fan. There's a couple things that I really don't like about it. This, like, this digital, like, viola, or whatever that is. That sounds bad. And using, like, it sounds like, what does it sound like? It sounds like there's gonna be a melody and there never is. There's like this big build up like around here. Like, here we go. And also, it's balanced so badly. Like, you should hear the violins here more. This. Like, you can barely hear that. There's just so much noise that it's like covering it all. But this feels like it's building up. It's all building up from the beginning. And then, like, what? Yeah, I'm not... It's just all, like, very noisy and messy, and the instruments don't sound that great. There's a lot of just meh. I'm not a big fan of that one. Where is he? Oh, I put him up here. I also don't this ostinato, this it's like, I don't know, there's something kind of ugly about it. It doesn't feel like, it feels too gross also. The vibe that it's going for, like all these extra noises and clusters, like when the brass comes in. Where's it? Like that. All those little things. It feels like this should be something for, like, I don't know, a swarm of bugs or something. It feels like nasty, which Margit isn't really that. Like, he's not going for that vibe. Yeah. I'm gonna say, oh boy. Well, there's a long way to go down. I'll leave him in the bottom of C for now. You definitely should have started with Demon Souls and go up. Yeah, I might want to skip around because, man, there's a lot of tracks, and we'll go through some more Elden Ring boss tracks, and then I might skip around after that. So Omen, Illusion. These are like not in order at all. Yeah, let's go to Godric. This is a banger. Damn, this is a banger. This is God of Roy's music. Damn, that's a real banger. I think for yeah, I think actually what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move everything down a little bit. Hold on, let me see. Character creation. Um, I'm also going to add a tier here. Oops, I meant to put this here. No, actually, okay. This is going to be... Okay, that's just for the super top. We need more. But I will leave Godric in S. I think that's pretty great. I think actually, so some people have asked me, like, because when I criticize Kitamura, like, what would be an example of a good version of, when I criticize in general, like the sort of bombastic boss music. What would be an example of a good example of that kind of thing? I think this is it. Like, this is the good example. There's a lot of things going on. Like there, that I do think the again there is a problem with balance. They just don't know. I noticed this with all the ER tracks. Like they just don't balance it right. Like you should really hear the violins here a bit more prominently. This. But you know what that sounds like is don't let me see anything. Don't let me see anything. Where is it? Oops. This one. Yeah. This is what I was thinking of, I think. Yeah, it just reminds me of that from The Lion King. This. That's pretty epic. That's pretty great. There's a lot of like little details which I like, but also it's there's like very clear phrases which I like, and it keeps on going to new places. So it's not one thing a lot of the boss music does. Will this get me copyright struck? Hopefully not. Yeah, at any point, I don't know if the stream will be taken down. It's possible. As long as I don't play too much of other music. Hopefully it won't, but who knows? But yeah, one of the problems I think with a lot of boss music in the Souls games past Dark Souls 1 is that they all tend to be like it tends to be this like where it's just like the same four chords over and over and over and over and over again throughout the entire track. And this one is more like the sort of Sakuraba tracks, where it's kind of going to different places. It's not just staying in one place harmonically. It's going to other places, and that's nice. And it's also got like we have this build up where it's kind of okay, a little bit of noise. Okay, no real rhythmic pattern yet. This is just kind of introduction. And then we got the beginning. And there's still, even though it's fairly noisy, it's fairly clear. Like you can hear the melody, like this. The melody, you can kind of pick it out of there. So even though there's a lot of noise, you can hear it. And then he like cuts down. So now we've just got a thinner instrumentation, so you can hear this like cello line. And then a new phrase, something else happening. And now something completely new. Like, so at the end of every phrase, it's like, now we're going to a completely different part. It's not just remaining in the same, oh, the orchestra's gonna, like the Margit one, it just kept on doing that, it just kept on doing that pattern over and over again, which just keeps on playing the same thing over and over and over again with like little variations in what's happening on top of it. But this is a completely new phrase here. With like the strings doing that col legno, where they hit the strings with the stick of the bow instead of the hair. So you get that like creepy sound. Again, I'm kind of like with Margit, I'm not sure if the creepiness is the right vibe for Godric, but it kind of sounds epic, so I don't really care that much. Yeah, and like just cutting down the instrumentation for those things so that the texture is like really big and then it's really small and then it's really big again. There's a lot of contrast, which I think is the nice thing about it. So even there, like, you have the first note. I think the combination of like there's silence. So that it's not just layering on the sounds throughout it. It's like no. It's very clear about the melody and the texture is not like getting in the way of anything. You can hear every part. And then also he writes it in 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which makes you feel sort of like imbalanced. That's actually, this is something that Seath does, where you have a weird rhythmic pattern. It's not just in like 3 or 4, something normal. It's in like 5 or 7 or 11 or some weird pattern that you can't quite get in the groove of. And so that makes it feel sort of imbalanced, and like that's perfect for Godric. He's got all these arms that he shouldn't have, and he's rolling around so that one, two, one, two, one, two, three, one, two, three, one. Yeah, that's a great. And even when it goes into more like a lot of Sakuraba's tracks do this as well, where it sort of alternates between more melodic phrases versus more like noise phrases, where it's just like, oh my god, here's an explosion of noise. even when it goes to that, there's still some kind of like there's something for you to catch on to. It's not just noise. So like here, I think it's the trombones that are playing this bum bum ba-da-da-dum, bum. So there's like a little bit of rhythm and melody or melodic material that you can like catch on to even while it's just playing crazy noises on top of that. So I like all of that. Yeah, that's a pretty great one. I like that one a lot. Um, is Kitamura doing DLC? I don't know. So yeah, because they began working on the DLC basically after Elden Ring came out. Um, it's I don't know how like what her situation was, how they contract the music and so on. Um, it could be that I would assume generally music would happen later in development, because well, like if you have to cut a bunch of bosses, or if you have to, or if you came up with a new something new later in development, then you want music for that. So you're gonna leave it until later. Um, but I don't know. She's not working for she's not working at FromSoft anymore, but she might be um she might be still hired by them like as a freelancer. It could be lots of different things. Okay. Well, that was a pretty great one. Let's see who's next. Um I guess if we just kind of go through the legacy dungeons for now, that's not a bad way to get there. So next would be Red Wolf of Radigan. A little bit apprehensive about this one. Fortisax? Yeah, I can go to Fortisax. This is this is not great. Yeah, very generic. Um the best thing I can say is that it's about as good as the boss. Um I don't know if I agree, but I'm also not sure. I think it's worse than nothing. Um, how much worse? I don't think it annoys me as much as Margit. Somewhere in there. I'm not going to be too particular about it's somewhere in there. Yeah, very just sort of meh. D tier? If it's D tier, then I want to move Margit down to D tier. But I also have a feeling there's a lot worse to come, so So I'm not sure about that. Let's just quick do Renala, and then we'll skip ahead to Fortis Sax, just to kind of do the Liurnia. Where's Renala? Renala. Oh, there we go. Hmm. Yeah, I have some stuff to say about this one. Um, a bit loopy, yeah. Yeah, so I think it's definitely one of Kitamura's better tracks. There's still it's still always the same problems with her. So some people said like it feels like it's repeating, it's a bit loopy. So like in the first part, you have this. And it just kind of the melody just keeps on going on and on and on like that. Where this is always the problem with Kitamura is that she doesn't really have phrases. Like it just kind of goes on. It's like one long run-on sentence. Um, and she also, I think, suffers from using too much uh, suspended cymbal, which again is partly it's exaggerated by the mix because like it just shouldn't be that loud even if you're using it. But like there's just constantly these. I think the second part is a lot better. It's a lot clearer. The lullaby. Oh, you mean what the children, the juveniles sing? Let me just remind myself what that sounds like. I mean, they're not really singing with the music though. Don't show me anything. Don't show me anything. Renala, what are they called? Sweetings Lullaby. Someone's got to have uploaded it with all three vocals.
Sleep tight, bound tight by mother's umbrella. Sleep tight, find light in mother's umbrella. Sleep tight,
Where's the
tight by mother's umbrella. Sleep tight, find life.
yeah? No, I think in terms of character, it doesn't do a bad job. It does like it feels magical, which I think is appropriate. I do like the second part. Um, like there's something kind of nice and mystical sounding about that. Um, the first one, I do like there are lots of good moments. I think I like when the choir comes in here. That's similar, sort of that like really nasal, sort of permeating sound of the choir, like you get in the Elden Beast track. This here. That makes it feel sort of ancient and mystical, which I like. And they're bits that like stand out. Yeah. I think when it clears up a bit, the second part is a lot better. It clears up a bit and you can sort of tell what's going on a bit more. The first part is it is a lot of like some of those harmonies I just so she has a tendency to write sort of, if I were to put it in nice terms, it would be to call it pandiatonically, um, which I don't think is exactly intentional. Um, it's sort of like you're sort of layering a bunch of different voices over each other, so it kind of creates these very dissonant harmonies that aren't really meant to be that dissonant, I don't think. So you get like and you just sort of get a bunch of notes happening at once that it doesn't really sound that it just sounds kind of it makes it sound muddy rather than like poignant, I guess. Um so what you're saying is the second phase where it's showing her in her prime is a lot more clear and it's a lot better compared to the more hazy first part. Um yeah, I wouldn't necessarily connect that to like what's happening in the boss fight exactly. Um but I think I think there's enough positives that I'll go above nothing. Let's see. Actually, I think that's about where I'd put it. Um, there, hmm. I think that there's things that I like in Renalis theme more than in Roundtable Hold, but there's also more that I dislike. So I'll leave her there for now. Okay, someone said four to sax, so let's go to four to sax. Four to sax. What? I'd say so far I'm not a fan. I don't know why everyone's such a big fan of this. It has a catchy melody? What's the melody? Hmm. I'd say I like it more than I did the last time I really sat down and listened to it. Um, I think part of it is this is just a sort of side note, but um, listening via headphones like I'm doing now, I think you really get a different mix than what you get, let's say, just if you're playing on your TV. And like I have a nice speaker system, but I think that the mix is a really important part of it because um, I am noticing things that I didn't notice when I listened to it before. Um, I think positives. I definitely appreciate the fact that there's organ, which sort of sets it apart from the other tracks. I kind of I like the fact that it's so. I have mixed feelings because on one hand, like I find it irritating how consistently noisy and boisterous it is. Like it doesn't change at all the entire time. It's exactly the same. So like that thing that I was saying with Godric's track, how it keeps on like every new phrase is like a different sort of texture. There's none of that. It's completely the exact same thing throughout. And I find that irritating, but at the same time, there's a sort of like I kind of like the fact that it's just so crazy. Yeah, it feels loud. It just feels like loud, but I also kind of like the fact that it's just ridiculous. Um, so I guess I have mixed feelings about that. I do. There's a lot of interesting harmonies that I didn't really notice before. Well, I do like that. Like some really cool. There was also there was some sequence in there that I want to find again. It was before that. Like that one. Part of the problem though is like it's so noisy that it's actually hard to pick out a lot of the harmonies. Like there's so much stuff like in the background that I'm struggling to listen to. It's like looking at, I don't know. I'm trying to make out the details. It is growing on me a bit. I really hate this though. This this the for some reason, I don't know why. I guess that Kudo must have like a different samples. They didn't all use the same, tools. They probably did it independently because like his samples sound so much worse. This this sounds so bad. This not this, the solo here. Oh, ugh, I can't stand that. And I also, again, like with the noisiness, like the organ is doing something. It's playing a bunch of notes, and I can't hear any of them. Like this. Like it's it's playing some notes in the background, and I just like can't make out any of it. You can't tell the difference between real instruments and synthetic ones. Um. Okay. Well, let me just compare. Like, let me just show you what I'm hearing. So where was that? Where was it? No. No, it was early. So, okay, that's a real violin and real cello playing there. There's a there's more character, there's more detail to it. Now the violin is kind of playing a little bit ponticello there, so it's got a kind of wispy sound, which is probably indicated in the music. But there's like there's direction to it. Like for the octave there, there's like it's going somewhere. It's like more like how you'd sing it rather than what you get here where it's just kind of flat. This this it's like someone speaking in a monotone. And you can hear it also with the violins later on. Where is it? Yeah. Like the violins, they should be a lot more articulated there. But it's a little the samples are just not very good. Yeah. It's hmm. Okay, let's see. I have very mixed feelings about this one. I kind of really dislike it and also like it at the same time. So I'm not sure where that puts it. Um I don't think I can go to A tier. I don't think I can go that far. Mm, it's so oppressive, and that's not. I don't think like there's some things that like you could argue, oh well, it should be oppressive because that's the boss, like it fits the boss. I don't think that the music should convey a character of oppressiveness. It shouldn't actually oppress you. I think that that's sort of the distinction I would make, and that I'll put it at the top of B for its good qualities. If it was just the good stuff, I would put it higher, and if it was just the bad stuff, I would put it a lot lower. So it's somewhere in this general area. I don't think it's amazing. Cacophonous. Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's very cacophonous, which there's ways you can use cacophony effectively, but I think when it's cacophonous and it never changes from that, I think that's more irritating to me. Um, what if we go to a different game? Just like I want to, I just want to like listen to some other music for a moment. Let's go to. Oh my God, there's so many. I thought like, oh, maybe if I'm quick, maybe I'd get through like most of them today. There's like not even a chance. Not even a chance. This is gonna have to be multiple streams to get through all of these. Um, okay, because I didn't like all that digital stuff, I want to go to Bloodborne. Let's go to one of my favorite tracks in Bloodborne. Don't show me anything. Don't show me anything. Okay. Bloodborne OST. Oh, what the heck? What was that? Wait, is that the was that in the track? Did they just like record the? Wait, oh, hold on. We need a real. I just want the OST. Thank you. I don't want the other bits to it. Oh, don't worry, Skyhorn. We didn't get very far. I can show you how far we got. This is how far we got. I'm just skipping around now. I'm not sticking to one game. I just want to hear different things. Sound is a bit low. Is this low quality? This feels really low quality. Is there not just like a good rip of the music somewhere? Um, Bloodborne. What else would I look up? It feels like it's compressed. I don't want to have like random noises in there. Was this better? What the heck? There's some low quality. You have a link. Can you post it in the Discord if there's a good one? It's kind of annoying because I was trying to escape to Bloodborne to hear some nice orchestral playing, and then is it because you lowered the video quality? Does lowering the quality here change the sound? I just thought that was visual. I didn't think that was. So this is just the pixels, right? I can't imagine that that would actually lower the quality. Um, yeah, if you post it in the chat, I don't know if it'll like block links. Sky Hornet, I didn't see anything from you in the chat, so I'm assuming it just sort of blocked the links. Um, check Discord. Check Discord. Let me find it. I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. Let me open up Discord. Da, da, da. Yeah, this still sounds kind of compressed. This is fine. This is fine. It compresses the video when you lower quality? No way. All right. I can close this. Oh, damn, hold on. I gotta listen to that again. Those chords are so cool. What is that? What was it again? Damn, that's such a cool harmony. Crap, keep on forgetting it. Damn. Yeah, that ending is straight from Mars. Damn, that's so cool. That's such a cool harmony. I like that. Yeah, this one is a absolute banger. I think hmm. This is kind of hard because I think Living Failures is something I would rather listen to. Like as a standalone piece, I don't really is Living Failures just in the DLC? That's the DLC one, right? It's not the other sort of alien looking, right? Because there's the other one is like what are they called? Uh what am I thinking of? What's the other little weird guys? Watchers? No, that's something else. So the deal. Oh, Celestial Emissaries. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me. Does it fit the boss fight? Because just from what I've seen of the Living Failures, this sounds like extremely dramatic. Uh, for what the boss is. But maybe that's appropriate. That would be my only thing. Is like because I think the Godric track really fits Godric really well. It fits what that fight is going for. It does. It does fit. It's a bit epic for the boss fight. Yeah, it's just that's so good. I gotta listen to that bit again. That was so cool. Damn, and just the way that's the horn like playing that counter melody, that's really good voice leading in there. So, damn, that's so cool. That's cool. This is a great one. I'm gonna leave it at the top of S for now. Um, let's go to let's listen to Ludwig. Oh, someone was saying, is the stream? What was it? Someone said something about stream keeps flickering. Is that true? Can people in chat tell me if that's true? If there's a problem, and I'll play. One Reborn. Yeah, we'll do that after this one. I want to hear Ludwig. It flickers. What do you mean by it's flickering? Like it's lagging? It's random though. It only does that when the video is playing. Do you just mean that it's the screen flickering? Like, is it a video thing? The sound is the sound flickering as well, or is it just the video? If it's the video, I don't really care. But if the sound is like glitching, then that's kind of annoying. The screen flickers off for a frame or two. That's really strange. I don't know why that would be. Okay. No, the sound is fine. Okay, yeah, well, sorry about that. I'll have to figure out what that is, but as long as the sound is fine, that's the important part. No, let's go back. You like the first phase more than the second phase? Hmm. So where's the second phase? I assume it's around here. Oh, there we go. Wait, you know what? We have to watch. We have to watch the the cutscene. Um.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor. My guiding moonlight.
Damn, that's that's so great. So, okay. It's a pretty good one. I actually think Living Failures might be better. Um, and I kind of do agree. I think the first part, like the first part is just so weird. It's basically a tango. This this is tango music. That's such a wild decision to do like a freaky tango for Ludwig. And then the second one is it's not really a waltz, but it's kind of like a demented waltz. And yeah, this that's like one place where lack of clarity is, I think, an advantage. Just because you getting rid of everything else and just having the choir, and you have like this weird effect of the like you've got the what, I guess are the altos who's singing down there? You get basically lower voices and upper voices, like your sopranos up top, and like the harmony is not. I mean, I can't tell what's going on there. And then they sort of come together, and then gradually you start to hear like actual harmony coming together. Like they're super far apart and you can't really tell what's going on, and then they slowly converge, and then you finally get like this at the very end, like this. And then you finally get the resolution. So that feeling of like everything is just like it's so disconnected and then like coming together. That's really cool. But yeah, I think I like this cello tango just because it's so weird. Yeah, that's a pretty damn good one. It's weird because I almost feel like the it should almost be reversed because like the whole point of that fight is it does sort of like the Gale fight where it starts out crazy and then Ludwig like stands up and he's like kind of noble in a way. It almost feels like the music should be reversed in a way, but it wouldn't make sense that like with the music as it is now. But I feel like the character of it, where the first part should be like crazy, and then the second part should be like more strict. Yeah, that's a that's a cool one. Ludwig. Let's see, where do we put him? I would say that's S. Hmm. Not sure where that stands in relation to Godric. I'll think about that. Um, Someone mentioned the One Reborn. Where are we? One Reborn. And I think this is also so both of these are Suzuki Nobuyoshi 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 must be Nobuyoshi, right? Uh yeah, Nobuyoshi. Um One Reborn. I'll make it a bit louder, sure. Yep. That's pretty good. I don't think it's quite up to. It's sort of hmm. What is my problem with it? It's a little like underwhelming in a way. Like the riff is super epic. This like like that's a great like Halloween kind of music. But like the actual melody is kind of like this is I don't know. There's something kind of underwhelming about this, and it doesn't really pop in the same way that that Living Failures or Ludwig does. Um, I'll leave it there for now. Someone mentioned Lawrence. So Lawrence is one that I haven't fought because I never finished the Bloodborne DLC. Yeah, is there a version without SFX? Because that's kind of annoying. I thought it might just get rid of it after a while, but it didn't. Uh, Lawrence OST. Um, oh, is this? Wait. Oh, clean. There we go. That's the one I want. Thank you. I got it. Is that the end of the track? Is that a repeat now? Um, this is by Saito? Really? Doesn't really sound like Saito. Interesting. Um, yeah, it's hard to judge. I don't really hear anything that's like that special about it. I mean, it's like it's well done. Um, I like that there's different things going on in the different sections. Also, isn't that the same? That's the same as the cleric beast, isn't it? I don't remember. Is there like a big thing about Lawrence and the cleric beast? The cleric beast was supposed to be Lawrence or something like that. I never really got into Bloodborne lore that much, but that's kind of interesting that they have basically the same music, like a variation. Um. Where would I put it? Um, yeah, somewhere in this area. No, I know he looks like the cleric beast, but I seem to remember there being something about like the cleric beast was initially supposed to be Lawrence, or people had speculated that. Um, like literally supposed to be Lawrence. I don't remember the whole controversy or argument or whatever it was about that. I was just trying to recall. Do 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 do. Uh, yeah, that's true. The SFX does often add something. Well, I mean, like with the Lendell track, right? You know, you need those trumpets to be playing. Um, I'm kind of feeling something a little bit more calm right now. Something calm, something calm. Let's see. What would you put in S plus? Sekiro is not calm. Sekiro is I almost don't want to listen to any of the Sekiro tracks because they're just so awful. I can't stand any of them. Um, Ancient Dragon from DS1? Sure. Let's listen to that. Mm-hmm. 29? There's that many? I guess with the uh Ancient Dragon. Where was he? There we go. Yeah. It's always a little bit too sharp there. That always bugs me. Just a little bit flatter. Yeah, you notice the pling pling plong. They say the choir. The choir is not amazing in Dark Souls 1. Does it not say? Music composer, there we go. Tokyo Philharmonic Chorus. Hmm. Can you play Plin Plin Plon for us? Well, it's played on 2 pianos, so I can't I can't actually play both parts. I could try. There you go. There's Plin Plin Plon. Um, yeah, I don't know if it was intentional. It's not the same notes. So it's up a fourth, but it's possible. There are some little leitmotif things in Dark Souls 1, like what am I thinking of? Oh, well, the beginning of Ornstein Smo. I don't. This is another one where I don't know if it's intentional, but you know the Ornstein and Smo. It's the same one that plays in this cutscene. Picked up. And then you see Enter Londo. Thanks for the super chat, Joe. Cheers, Crunchy, loving the stream. Have you ever heard the insane Evergrace OST? It was an earlier FromSoft game. No, I have not. Maybe I will check that out in a moment, or a little bit later. But yeah, so that thing. Now that's possible. I don't know if that's intentional. If that's the same thing as Gwendolyn's. Where is it? Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Same pattern of 3 notes. And that's also kind of like a mirror image of Gwen's. So I don't know if that was all intentional or not, but possibly. And he does do, I think, what is definitely an intentional one, which is Quelags. Yeah, ceaseless discharge. I can't remember exactly where it is. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit just so I can hear it. There. Yeah, that's it's there's sort of a quote of Quelac. Actually, there's a couple little quotes, so it kind of goes back. And even when he did DS3, this is all kind of a tangent, but why not? Because Sakuraba did a couple tracks in DS3. Um, so there's this. Where is it? Bed of Chaos. So this melody here. That that like very weird, nasty melody is in old Demon King, which he also did the music for. There, yeah, so you hear that? I'll just go back. Hmm. So yeah, that's a kind of neat little reference. So he definitely does like think about that sort of thing. So it kind of makes the other one seem more intentional. Um, I don't know if it really is, but he does put in a lot of little references and stuff in Dark Souls. I mean, you could also argue because Ludwig's theme is basically the same as Sif's theme. I don't think that was intentional. So sometimes it's just like random, or if it was intentional, I have no idea what they were trying to get across with that. So I forgot to put in Ancient Dragon, which is why do they have Ancient Dragon and Ash Lake? That is just Ancient Dragon. This is Sakuraba, Motoi Sakuraba. Let me think. It's not the greatest track in the world, but I think it is in the context, like one of the things that I really like about the Dark Souls soundtrack is how there's a lot of variety. So like if you think of Ancient Dragon, um Firelink Shrine and Gwyn's theme, there's no overlap in instrumentation between those three tracks. Like they don't have any instruments in common. And that's really neat. Like Ancient Dragon is literally just percussion and choir. And then you have like Gwyn, which is just piano. You have all these different combinations of instruments. So I'm gonna I don't know if I would put it that I would put it here, I think. I think the Elden Ring, like the main theme is like really quite good, but yeah, I would put it up there. What would I give? Hold on. Does that say Sif? This stupid emoticon thing is getting in my way. I can't read it. Oh, what would I give S plus? Um, hmm. What would I give S plus? I mean, Gwen's theme I would put up very high. Uh, I would put up. I would put up what? I would put up some of the Demon Souls ones pretty high. Um, I guess we're gonna open up a Demon Souls one now. Souls of Mist. Oh, you're talking about the menu. Do they have that here? No, they don't. Um, oh, you know, I've already been listening to it. Yeah, we're gonna listen to the whole half hour here. Yeah, that is such a fantastic one, and that is basically just the Nexus theme. For basically being the exact same theme, just the difference of having that super reverbed, like far away, distant, electronic kind of sound for the menu versus this version where it's like halting and it stops, like peak, absolute peak. Hold on, I got a spider. What the heck? Damn, there's a spider on my ceiling. No, but the thing I love about this one is it keeps on every harmony, like puts it in a different direction. So hold on. If you start with like C minor, then E flat major, so it's like, okay, we're not sure what key we're in. A diminished chord, so we're like even more unsure. And then it's a dominant of B flat, so it feels like we're gonna go there. And then I think it's that. So then we're like, okay, we're not in B flat either. And that, we're just... Then it's like D major. And then another diminished chord. It's just every single chord, like, it's just taking the the bass just keeps on going down by steps, and each one just kind of moves you into a different key where you're never really sure where you are. It's just that's a great that's a great version. And then also to do the change. So if you don't know, in Demon Souls, I think it's once you kill 2 archdemons, then the hub music changes. Again, same harmony, but just different version. And then you get this. I guess it's not the same harmony. The similar idea. And then to bring the organ in for Alant, which is then also the like opening intro cinematic music redone. Like that is just such a great combination of different things going on. That's so cool. Um I forgot about the tier list. I was just getting distracted now. Do they have hero creation? I guess that means I'm guessing that means the menu. That's a peak. Peak. Uh S plus. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? That's S plus. It's not really. It's kind of unfair to compare. Some of them are just. It's so apples and oranges. Like Demon Souls menu music versus Godric the Grafted. Those are just like completely different things. Um, Demon Souls has the best OST in the Soulsborne series alongside Bloodborne. Yeah, Demon Souls is peak. I mean, there's some weaker tracks and some weaker bosses, but man, so many of them it just nails exactly the vibes. Souls of Fire character creation? You're talking about A Moment's Peace? Souls of Fire. I don't think that's the name. Wait, what? Takenouchi? Wait, are you kidding me? That's not right, is it? I thought Sakuraba did everything, but that's interesting. Wait, that's actually crazy. That's wild. I wonder, I wonder if that's true. Because it seems like... Let's see. Where did I find it? Du-du-du. See, he's listed as the composer. And... Let's see, do they have like a sound designer? Takenouchi is the sound designer. I wonder if he did write that, though. That would be interesting. I wonder also if he wrote the other one. The one I'm thinking of is called like Gwyn's Knights or something. Faithful Knights. The one that plays in the this is on the staircase into the Kiln of the First Flame. Just a random little ambient piece that's not on... That's super interesting. This one is great, though. I love... There's one thing that it does, which I think is really neat, is... it's actually in 9/8. So this... that pattern, it doesn't really sound like it, but it's... Let's see. So that like it's 1 and 2 and 3 and but then the notes that the harp accents are like, so it makes it sound like a completely different meter, and you like can't really figure out what the pulse is. It's just sort of like flowing along without exactly ever arriving anywhere. This like just so it just feels like it's just going along and along and along without ever really landing anywhere. Yeah, that's a very nice one. Not quite as good as Demon Souls, I don't think. There's a lot of nice things going on there. I'll put it. Hmm. No. Somewhere in there. Yeah, DS3 music is just generally not as good. It's just generally not as good. I don't think there's any really fantastic track from DS3. They're all kind of meh at best. Mm, let's see. What would be another S plus? No, wait. First, instead of going to S plus, let's see what's the bottom of the barrel. I'm gonna make a guess here and say, oh, let's see. Um, Crystal Sages, that's probably one of the worst ones. Yeah, this is awful. Phase transition. Yeah, my suspicion is that because Sakuraba only did like 4 or 5 tracks in DS3. My suspicion is that, and they're all like weird things that I know changed during development. So, for example, like um, Wolnir, Curse Rotted Greatwood, and those things like those bosses got moved around a lot. Their places got moved around. So yeah, Kitamura did most of it. There's a couple other composers on the roster who did like 1 or 2 tracks. and then Sakuraba did like 4 or 5, and they're all like pretty awful. Um, Probably his best in DS3 is Nameless King. That one's not as bad. Um, but my suspicion is that he got called in basically last minute to write some music, and he didn't do a great job. I would say that this is one of the worst Crystal Sages. Very bad. Very bad. I don't know how that would compare to. Yeah, Wolnir is not quite as bad. Um, Falling Star Beast. I remember that one's really terrible. Falling Star Beast. And Miyazawa was which one? He did Moog, and he did something else that we listened to. Miyazawa. Mm, character creation? I thought there was something else that he did. Am I missing it? Omen Illusion. Bloody Fingers. Oh, Godric. He did Godric. Yeah, that. Actually, this would be funny going from Godric. Let's just play a little bit of. Okay, so this is the guy who also wrote this. Dude, how could you fall so far? Who farted? That's pretty awful. I don't. It's not on the level of Crystal Sage, I would say, because at least there's like still. I can tell what's happening. It just sounds so bad. Where is he? It's just crazy that that's the guy who wrote Godric. That's wild. How could you do that? We're putting him in the abyss. But I want to see Miyazawa. Miyazawa. What was the other one? He did Moog, right? Let's listen to Moog. I mean, one thing I'm noticing is there's just a lot of stuff that I can't hear. There's a lot of like background voices that I'm like, what? It sounds like there might be something interesting happening, but I can't tell what it is. I like that bit. This part's not bad. I like this bit. Yeah. Um. Yeah, there are moments that I like. I mean, I do like the very beginning, actually. I think that's one of the better beginnings to any of the Elden Ring tracks. Like, this feels very creepy. And then from here on, it's just like, it's kind of exhausting to listen to. Like, ha, 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 ha. And then there's always like the brass and the bass is going, it's just kind of, if you just pared it down for moments, I would probably appreciate it. There's all this stuff that's going on, like, let's see. Like the harpsichord there. There's a harpsichord playing a bunch of notes, and there's also the basses and tenors are singing. You like barely hear any of that. Then this is cool. I like this a little bit, but it's so brief, like these little moments. Like to have that little moment of reprieve. That's kind of nice. I just wish there was more of that. Like, don't just have a moment. Do it in a phrase. Like, have a whole phrase which is something different, and then that can contrast with the giant. Because it's also like everything is about contrast. When you have something that's okay, let me actually the best example of this contrast. Such a perfect way to do contrast. Oh, thank you, Buzzleheaded. I really appreciate it. Okay, so it's like it starts off. It starts off. Oh yeah. Okay. And then. I hate that flute, but just to have those like giant leaps in terms of like full orchestra and choir singing dramatically, and then to suddenly go to just this little violin, like little gentle, delicate with harp, and that's it. And then that's the perfect way to get like you get the feeling of Sif as this it's the most epic thing ever. You're fighting a giant wolf who's got a huge sword in its mouth and it's like the moon's out and you're in a dark forest. This is like the coolest thing ever. And also it's just a poor little doggo, you know? Like that is peak contrast right there. And that's what I'm kind of missing. Not that you need like a sympathetic element to Moog's theme, but like to have something just different. Because if everything is loud, then nothing is loud. If everything is the same, then you have nothing to like. It's when you drop down, when you have those moments in Godric, for example, when you have that little like uh that's that's so much cooler when you have those little moments where everything goes away and you just have this. Then the big arrival is like way more epic because you have the contrast of that. So that's the thing that I'm missing from Moog. And let's see, where is Moog? Kitamura would never. Yeah, that is one thing. Kitamura is not very good at contrast. Um, where is it? Moog, 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 Moog. There we go. Um, Funny that you're explaining contrast in a game kind of about it. Yeah, well, I think that is the thing about Dark Souls that part of the reason that I think the soundtrack of Dark Souls is so it's not just that it's good, it's interesting music in its own right cuz some of it isn't, but it's also the context of the fact that it's so contrasting between the different tracks and that the contrast itself is like that's the theme of the game. That's the aesthetic of Anor Londo versus Tomb of the Giants. You know, it's of light versus dark. Like that's the whole thing. Um, uh, I wonder if this nothing should be further down. It's better than nothing. I'll put him at the bottom of B. And let me just do Sif because that's a nice one. Sif, Sif, Sif. Sif is Sif is still not like the greatest track on its own, but it does do that better. Do you think Omen Illusion is better or worse than Moog? That's a good point. Let's listen to Omen Illusion. Um, yeah, I really don't like. I don't like the digital flute here. It's so weird because they have the nice violin solo. It sounds very nice. But then the flute... Where is it? Oh. I can't stand that. Sorry, that's just a... That's nasty. I have a bias against the digital instruments. What was I gonna do? Oh, that's right. Omen Illusion. Omen Illusion. It's definitely way clearer. I realize the main problem is just there's so much percussion. Like every 2 seconds there's like a cymbal or there's a tam tam or something that's just like covering up everything. It's so frustrating. Like you got tam tam and cymbals, and you got bells, more cymbals, and all tam tam and bass drum and it's just totally dominating. And also I think they didn't really realize like harpsichord does not cut through. I mean, I assume it's not a real harpsichord anyway. They're using it some kind of synth, but really, like, you should highlight the interesting part of the track. The interesting thing here is that you're using a harpsichord. This is the only track in Elden Ring that uses harpsichord. That's so cool. They should have some, they should highlight that instead of highlighting percussion and choir, which, I mean, choir and the other one I'm talking about, but like, that's the thing that's the same in all the tracks. Why make that a big deal? That's the least interesting part of this, is having the choir go, it's like, that's what every fucking boss does. This would be so much more interesting. Just listen to that, like, do you notice this enormous, like, in the bass? It's just covering up everything. Like, there's not a voice playing down there. There's not, like, you have just violins, or you got strings, and you've got harpsichord. That's the only thing that's happening. And then underneath that is just this, like, this, like, vacuum sound going on. percussion should really, you should think of it like it's either 99% of the time percussion is either decoration, like for example in this track, right? Where you got these chimes where it's just kind of, it's just a little bit of ornamentation on top, part of ambience kind of thing. Or even in like Firelink Shrine, uh the second part. Here you got your little chimes. Boom, boom, right? So it's either decoration or it's uh punctuation. Like musically speaking, it's your commas and your periods and things like that. Something, or exclamation points. It shouldn't be this like constant presence throughout. Not this like overpowering way. That's just so annoying. Um, yeah, I mean, okay, I'm sort of making a vast generalization here. It obviously depends on context because there's different types of percussion instruments, and they all do different things. They have different roles to play, and different types of music. It's okay, whatever. But just having like a tam tam just constantly be playing throughout, where it's just adding this, like literally just adding noise to the whole track is really, it's just like exhausting. It's just, you're just giving noise to my ears. Like I don't want that. Omen illusion. So I'll give that. Mm, it's a little bit lame. Not lame. I mean in like a direction sense. Yeah, I don't know if I'd. Mm, not really happy about how this B tier looks. Honestly, a lot of this looks too high, but I expect that the more I add in things, things are gonna be moved around. Um, Moonlit Melody. Moonlit Melody. Which one is Moonlit Melody? Oh, this is the second hub theme, or is this the first one? Has anyone seen Buffy? I don't know why this reminded me of this. It's not really that close, but it's kind of funny because this is the episode where they're all like trapped inside a dream, so it's like little too on the nose. Um, Moonlit Melody, eh. See, I'm really not a fan of putting vocals in ambient music, something like an area. I just find it really distracting. Did I put it up here? Yeah. Um, because when you listen to like vocals attract your ear in a way that instruments don't. It's like, if someone starts talking, even if there's a bunch of different noises and music going on, like you can pick that out because we're trained, we're trained to pick out human voices. And so when you have the like this one and the DS3 hub music, I don't like that. I do think like it's nice. It is it's got a tune. It's not just like random noises. Um, but for that reason, I think I prefer Roundtable as a hub theme. Oh, this is the if you're waiting for the spicy takes, we're not even close to that. We're not even close to that. Should we get to can I play one of the worst tracks maybe in any video game ever? What is it? This is I think this is some of the worst music that I've ever heard. Not just in Souls, just ever. I think it really is just the worst. It's about to get to the best part. It's about to get. Okay. Are you serious? What is going on with chat? Are you serious? How do you listen to that and think that this is good? This there's just like random noises happening. The melody is like what this is a hilarious melody. This where's my piano? Come on. This like what the heck? It is horrible. No, 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 no. No, you're all wrong. This is horrible. It's game music? Yeah, it's shitty game music. It's bad. No, it's not just modal. It's not just modal. It's random notes. It's a run-on melody that isn't supposed to sound great. Well, it's doing a great job at not sounding great. It's a sick melody. Yeah, sick is in like ill. It's got the flu. It sounds like an insane woman running at me. Um here's my problem though. Look, having something fit the context is not like here's a great example. Ceaseless discharge. Okay, now this is just total cacophony. Like there's nothing happening there. It's just a bunch of noise and notes. You could argue, oh, well, ceaseless discharge. Yeah, he's like a giant dude. He's just constantly discharging chaotic fire. So it fits, right? That doesn't make this a good track. Like, it just because something fits, like, okay, you can have a track that is well composed that doesn't fit the context, and that is bad. But that doesn't mean that just because something fits the context that the track is good. Like the music still needs to be good on its own as well. It still needs to be well done. No, no, okay, hold on. That's bullshit. It's a different musical culture. People bring this up. It's like, oh, if you hate on Sekiro's soundtrack, it's because you hate like Japanese traditional music. Sekiro's soundtrack is not Japanese traditional music. Okay, there's nothing just because it's using like a shakuhachi or a koto or a shamisen or some of these instruments in it doesn't mean that it has any relationship to Japanese music. It's not even like the same scales. It's like you can have Hirajoshi scale or something like this, and this is sort of an exotic element that you can integrate into a more video gamey kind of genre. That is not what Sekiro does. Sekiro is just, it's nonsense with some Japanese traditional instruments in the mix, played at random times. This to me is like, this is like, it's honestly, it's very frustrating because like this is like a little kid finger painting. Like I don't think that there's any this sort of thing. Okay, another example. What's Lady Butterfly? Another absolutely atrocious track. This might be worse actually. Like, what the heck is going on here? What is this? What? But okay, this is the thing. This is the thing. Kitamura, this is like this is worse. Sekiro is by far the worst of Kitamura. Kitamura is at her worst in Sekiro. And to some degree I can sympathize because she did most of Dark Souls 3 and then and like she hasn't been in the business that long. She was basically an audio tech who got turned into the main composer by the time that Dark Souls 3 came around, and then immediately while she was still finishing up Dark Souls 3 and then also while she was doing stuff for Elden Ring, she was the only composer. I think there's one track that's not her, but she was the only composer for Sekiro. So I sympathize with the fact that she had a lot to deal with. But all the problems that you hear in this type of track in Sekiro are there in her other tracks. It's always the same problems, just random percussion instruments, random notes that don't make any sense. They're not there to be like, oh, it's giving it a dissonant, ominous sound. Like, no, she's just bad at composing. It's not like you can write weird harmonies because you're deliberately trying to write weird harmonies, or you can write weird harmonies because you're just bad at writing harmonies. And it's not. I don't even think she really understands harmony because I don't think she writes that way. She just sort of improvises random notes on top of something. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like what makes you put that in there? The thing is, what makes you put this in here? This the reason you put that in is because you're not thinking about how that actually will sound. You just go in and you just like throw in some random you're going through the track. She records herself playing the violin. She's probably got like a very basic chordal outline, which is basically always the same chordal outline as for every track that she ever does. And then she just improvises some random stuff on the violin, and then she goes back in and improvises some more stuff on the violin, not taking into account how they fit together. It's just putting in a new thing on top of it, and then like, oh, let's just go in and put in some percussion, boing 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 boing, random places. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any like structure. It's just this long run-on sentence. Oh, good weird harmony for comparison's sake. Good weird harmony. Let me think about that for a second. If there's something in the Soul series that I can think of, uh, Corrupted Monk is a different kind of thing. Corrupted Monk is a pretty clear in terms of what the harmony is. There's nothing that strange. Like that, it's kind of an odd chord progression, but it's not what with Kitamura. What happens is, let's say you take some chord okay, let's say F minor. Okay, so we're gonna be in this. Um, and then you just start going, and then with Kitamura, she won't just sort of go. Then she'll just add in these other random notes in there. So it's like, mm. And it just sort of starts hopping around, and it's just not. There's no pattern. There's no structure to what it's doing. It's just thoughtless. It's just like going to some random notes. Someone mentioned Pontiff. Pontiff is a perfect example of that, where it starts out sounding like it makes sense, and then the more it goes on, the more it literally starts to sound like AI music. It sounds like an AI created it. Pontiff. There we go. Like, what? Like, it's literally like so. Mm, mm. And there's just all these like random weird notes. Like, okay, you're in D minor. That's what you're doing. And then it's just like, oh yeah, just going around D minor, but then there's all these random notes, and none of them line up. It's not like you did. Or I don't know. You could harmonize it. You could like draw attention to that because that being this weird dissonant note, it's not. It shouldn't just be part of this texture. It's just kind of going there like nothing is acknowledging the weirdness of that. Like it starts out so normal. like that. So you go, and then it's like, what, where are you going? Where is the, where is this leading to? I don't understand where the, like, is this supposed to be an arrival point? Is it supposed to just be... and just like these weird background noises that are... Okay, so that's like that out of that first like 40 seconds once the main bit of the track starts. Like there's no arrival point anywhere in there. It's just it's like this goo of random notes that's kind of in D minor, but it's also just like going, it's just doing putting it literally is just random notes. There's no logic that I can make out of why those notes are there. It's just kind of going, yeah, maybe I'll do something in D minor. Maybe I'll just put another, a different note in there, you know? Uh, it's so ugly. To me, this sounds like AI music. It sounds in the same way that it's like all the parts are there. You know, you've got like the strings going chung 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 chung, and you've got like the what is it? I don't know, some low brass and some basses like giving us a bass note, and you've got like the choir and the solo violin like playing this melodic thing, but like none of it fits together in any way. It's all, if you just sort of listen to it with your like with your eyes closed, sort of like you listen to it with your squinting listening, whatever the equivalent of squinting is for listening. You sort of don't look at it that carefully. You don't listen to it that carefully. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, that sounds like a track. But then when you listen to it, it's like, what is going on? Like that. What? Where's the phrase going? Okay, that was like a little repeat. That was kind of nice. What? Like what are you doing? I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. Okay. Oh, there we go. I guess that was a new phrase. Okay, so phase two is definitely a lot better in the sense that it's got like a structure to it. Like, oh, okay, now I get where the phrases are. That's the first part is just like one long run on sentence, except it keeps on like restarting because you just suddenly there's like a new phrase and you're like, oh, oh, okay, I guess that happened. There wasn't like a finish to the previous part. So the second part is a little bit more clearly set out. It's more clearly structured. There's still always this thing with her though. The it's like I'm like struggling to make out. There's like these weird mumbling things happening in the background. I'm just like, wait, what is there? Are there violins back? What is that? Is there like a line that I'm supposed to be listening to? I can't tell. I can't tell what I'm. And sometimes it literally is. Uh, it is literally mumbling. Um, like in this one. No, hold on. I'm thinking of the first part. What's the first part? What is it called? Does this have both? Isn't it it's called something dragons, dragons of the forest or something? What are they called? Old dragons of the tree. Say what? Excuse me? I don't know if you can even hear it because it's so faint, but like those guys, those monks are just like mumbling in the entire background. Like they're mumbling throughout this. It's not just those moments. I'm just like, what? What is? Like, okay, but okay, you brought up Pinwheel. Like Pinwheel is a good example of it's not it's not what you put in, it's how you put it in. Like like this, it doesn't sound like the monks are part of the track. It sounds like they're just like they're talking over. It's like we're in the recording studio, we're playing this music, and there's just like some guys talking in the background and it like got picked up on a hot mic. Like when you hear Pinwheel, and not that I think that Pinwheel is amazing or anything, there are things that I don't like about it. But like it's thin enough and you can tell that you are supposed to be hearing these whispers. Like you can tell that that is an intentional layer of the track. I mean, I don't think this is amazing or anything. So I think the first part of this track is not very good. Um, when we get to the yeah, here we go. When we get to the violin solo, it's a lot better. And it's also it keeps on coming in and out, so you can tell like okay, that's where the layer is, and then it comes out of it, so that you can tell what it's like when it's not there, and so yeah, it is a shame no one hears the second part because he dies too quickly. But yeah, I don't know this thing of like it's not just the mumbling in this track of Sekiro. Like with Kitamura, there's always something in her tracks where I'm just like trying to figure out like I don't understand what that it's confusing to listen to. It's not just like it's not just bad in like a it sounds ugly way. It's bad in like I don't know what is in my ears right now. I don't recognize what I'm getting. Ah, I need to go eat some food. I want to I want to end on a happier note. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. I need to eat. I haven't eaten anything today. It's kind of late. All right, remember everyone, stay blind. Uh, avoid it if possible. Um, yep. Okay. Well, I guess I'll do like part two, three, four, five. Maybe I'll try and maybe speed through some of them next time. Yeah. Okay. All right. See you, everyone.